Hello, and welcome to Under Pink Skies. Tonight is a long one. What you have ahead of you is 4 hours of quiet. 4 stories, told one after another. Each one a different kind of stillness. A warm room with nowhere to be. A cottage fire burning low. Rain on a roof, and a fire in the hearth. And the simple reminder that everything you need is already here. In whatever room you're in tonight, you don't need to stay awake for any of it. That's rather the point. If you fall asleep somewhere in the first hour, the stories will keep going. Quietly, without you. The way fires keep burning after the room has gone to sleep. And if you're still here at the end of the 4th hour, that's all right too. There's no wrong way to spend a night like this. Before we begin, if this is your first time here, a subscription means there'll always be somewhere quiet to come back to. And if you'd like to leave a comment when you wake up, what time it is, where in the world you're listening from, I'd love to know. Now, get comfortable. Put everything else down. The fire is already going. There's nothing to do but let the evening begin. You are already here. You do not remember the exact moment of arrival. It does not matter. What matters is that you are here now, in this room, and the room is warm, and the fire is going, and there is nothing at all that requires your attention tonight. Take a moment to let that settle. Nothing requires your attention tonight. No message is waiting. Nothing is due. The accumulation of tasks and small obligations that follows you through your days has been set down somewhere outside this room, and the door is closed, and those things are on the other side of it, patient and inanimate, unable to follow you in here. They will still be there in the morning. They are not your concern until then. Tonight they have no jurisdiction over this room or over you. The fire is burning in the grate, not a new fire. It has been going for some time. It has passed through its earlier, more energetic stage and arrived at this, a bed of deep orange and red, with occasional small flames appearing briefly at the surface, bluish at their base, and then yellow, and then simply gone. The logs have settled into each other. The fire knows what it is doing. It does not need your attention. It does not need to be tended or adjusted or added to. It will simply continue at this steady, self-sufficient pace for a good while longer than you will be awake to watch it. The room holds the fire's warmth evenly. The warmth is not aggressive. It does not press against you. It simply exists in the air around you, the way warmth exists in rooms that have been heated for a long time, absorbed into the walls, into the fabric of things, into the air itself, until the warmth is not a thing that is happening, but simply the quality of the place. You breathe it in. There is a smell to it, faint and familiar, wood smoke and something older underneath. The particular scent of a room that has seen many evenings like this one, that has absorbed them one by one over time, until the very walls carry the record of all that accumulated quiet. It is the smell of a place that knows how to be a place. You are sitting in a chair, the right kind of chair for this. It has depth and softness, and it holds you in a way that requires nothing from you in return. No adjustment, no negotiation, no effort to maintain any particular position. Your back rests against it and stays there. Your shoulders have dropped slightly from wherever they were before you sat down. A blanket is across your lap. It has a small weight to it, a gentle presence, the kind that registers as comfort rather than heaviness. You did not place it there consciously. It is simply there, the way the right things are simply there in rooms like this. Outside, it is night. Heavy curtains cover the window. They are drawn all the way across, and where they meet, there is no gap. The outside is entirely outside, and you are entirely in here. The dark is doing what the dark does on the other side of the glass, which is simply be dark, patient, unconcerned, with no particular interest in the room or in you. The curtains are equal to the dark. They have been doing this every evening for a long time, and tonight is no different from any other night. A log shifts in the grate. The sound is soft. A small interior collapse, wood giving way to its own burning. A brief brightening of the fire. A little movement of light across the ceiling. The shadows shifting for a moment, and then settling back. The room returns to its amber. Your eyes follow the movement, and then let it go. There is nothing to do about a log shifting. There is nothing to do about anything in this room. The room is managing itself. There is no clock you can hear. This is worth noticing. Somewhere, time is passing. It always is. But in this room, at this moment, you cannot hear it. The fire does not measure time in any useful sense. It simply burns. The curtains are indifferent to time. The chair beneath you makes no sound at all. You are, for now, released from the requirement of knowing what hour it is. And there is something very restful in that release, as though the evening has agreed to hold its shape without asking you to track it. Your breath moves in, slow and even. The air is warm, and it has that quality, the quality of air in a room where a fire has been burning. That makes breathing feel slightly more present than usual, slightly more substantial. You breathe it in, and it is warm in your chest, and then you breathe it out, and the room receives it back without comment. Your breath moves out. The room is unchanged. This is what the room will do for the entire evening. It will hold its warmth and its amber light and its particular quiet. The fire will do its work. The curtains will hold. And you will sit in the chair with the blanket across your lap, and you will be exactly here. And nothing more than that is required. You are here. The room has you. That is enough to begin. After some time, your gaze begins to move, not with any intention. Your eyes are simply doing what eyes do when there is nothing urgent to look at, drifting, settling briefly on one thing, then moving on, taking the room in at their own pace. There is no need to catalogue everything. You are simply looking the way you look when you are not trying to find anything in particular, when the looking is its own end. The mantelpiece. There are things on it, not many. An old candlestick, the kind that has been in rooms like this for a long time, slightly darkened with age, holding no candle at present. It has the quality of an object that has been useful once and is now simply present, which is its own kind of purpose. Beside it, something small and dark, whose exact shape you cannot make out from here. Something smooth, perhaps, a stone, or a small piece of wood, or something else that was picked up somewhere once and placed here and never moved. The mantelpiece holds these things without comment. It has held them for a long time, and it will hold them longer. There are no photographs. There are no lists, no reminders, no pieces of paper with anything written on them. There are no objects that belong to the organizing world, the planning world, the world that asks things of you. Everything on the mantelpiece is simply here. It has been here long enough to have forgotten what it once signified, if it ever signified anything particular. It is at rest, and in being at rest, it fits the room, the walls. The firelight touches them unevenly. Where the light reaches, the surface has a texture, not smooth, but the gentle irregularity of old plaster. The slight undulations you only notice when the light is low and angled in just this way. In stronger light, this would be invisible. In this light, it is present without demanding attention. Evidence that the walls have been here a long time, that they have absorbed a great many quiet evenings, that they are very good at the work of being walls. The ceiling is low enough that the room feels contained rather than exposed. The firelight barely reaches it. It exists mostly in a soft shadow, defined at the edges by the warm glow from below. This is a good kind of ceiling, the kind that completes a room without adding anything. That makes the space feel like exactly the size it needs to be. There is a bookshelf somewhere in the room. You are aware of it without seeing it clearly. Somewhere to the side, beyond the direct reach of the fire's light. Books on it, their spines turned out. Dark spines, mostly, blues and greens, and the sort of deep red that old cloth bindings tend toward. Some standing upright, some leaning slightly against their neighbours. You couldn't read the titles from here even if you wanted to. You do not particularly want to. The books are simply there, holding their words in the dark, as books do. They have been there since before tonight, and they will be there long after. A side table near enough to reach. On it, a cup, something that was warm and is now somewhere between warm and the temperature of the room, which is to say, still comfortable, still available if you want it, and entirely unnecessary if you do not. Its handle is turned toward you. This is a small thing, and it is exactly the right kind of small thing to notice in a room like this, at an hour like this. The cup exists. It does not require a decision. It simply offers itself in its quiet way, and you may accept or decline at no particular cost. The rug beneath your feet, thick and woven, dark in this light. Some pattern to it that would be visible in better light, but is now just colour and texture. Warm colour, close texture, the density of something made to last. It has been stood on every day without complaint, probably for a very long time. Your feet rest on it without thinking about it. That is exactly what the rug is for. The fire makes a small sound, a brief internal adjustment, a whisper of air somewhere in the chimney, or wood settling, or simply the fire being the fire. Your eyes find it automatically and confirm that it is still there, still burning, and then return to wherever they were. You have stopped needing to check on the fire. It will still be there each time you look. This is the whole room. A fire, a chair, a blanket, a mantelpiece with its quiet objects, a window behind its curtains, a bookshelf, a table, a cup, a rug. Not many things. None of them complicated. All of them doing exactly what they are meant to do, without any fuss, without asking for anything. There is something to be said for a room that contains only what it needs. You sit in the middle of it, and the room sits around you, and outside the curtains, the night is continuing to be the night. That is the complete situation, and it is sufficient. At some point, your attention drifts toward the window, not to look through it. The curtains are fully closed, and you have no intention of opening them, just toward it. Your awareness finding the edge of the room, where inside meets outside, the place where the thick fabric hangs between you and whatever is beyond. Beyond the glass, the dark is doing its ordinary work. There are fields, probably. In a place like this, with a room like this, and a fire like this, there tend to be fields. They would be dark now, flat and wide under whatever sky there is tonight. The sky might be overcast, a low grey ceiling holding the warmth of the land, or it might have opened slightly, a few stars visible if anyone were outside looking up at them. Either way, the sky is there, vast and indifferent, above everything equally, unaware of anyone watching or not watching. A road, somewhere, empty at this hour. Whatever hedgerows line it are standing in the dark, bare branches or nearly bare, their shapes existing whether or not they are seen. Whatever gate there might be at the end of a track is simply a gate, doing nothing in particular. The road is not waiting for you. The road does not have opinions about the hour. Other houses, somewhere out there. Other windows, some dark and some still lit. Other rooms with other people in them, moving through the ordinary end of a day. The winding down, the setting down, the drawing of curtains. The world at this hour is full of small pockets of warmth and light, scattered across the dark landscape, each one entirely sufficient to itself, each one asking nothing of the others. You are in one of those pockets. Yours is this one, this chair, this fire, this quality of amber in the air. Whatever is happening in the other lit windows does not concern you. Whatever the road is doing, whatever the fields are doing in the dark, whatever slow, patient work the night is doing on the landscape, none of it is asking for you. You are not needed out there. You are needed here, which is to say, you are needed nowhere, and you are here. And that is the same thing. The wind moves once against the glass, just briefly, something passing by, leaning against the house for a moment, and then continuing on its way. The curtains hold without effort. The fire does not waver. The room notices and does not care. Then it is quiet again. The fire fills the quiet the way fire always does, not by being loud, but by being present, by providing a continuous small variety of sound that is different from silence without disturbing it. You have stopped noticing it as a separate thing. It has become part of the quality of the room, like the warmth and the low light. Something that is simply there. Think, for a moment, of what this house has been doing tonight while you have been sitting here. The walls have been standing, as they have stood through every night since they were built. The roof has been keeping whatever is above you at bay. The floors in the other rooms have been doing nothing in particular, being floors in the dark. The hall, the stairs, whatever other rooms there are, all of them quiet, all of them simply present, doing the work of being a house, which mostly consists of not doing anything at all. This is a reliable kind of company. The house does not require entertainment. It does not require acknowledgement. It will simply continue to be here for as long as you need it to be here. in the same way that the chair is here, and the fire is here, and the blanket across your lap is here. All of it available, all of it constant, none of it asking. Your body has been settling into the chair this whole time. You may not have noticed exactly when it began, but it has been happening since you arrived. The body, finding warmth and stillness, and nothing to be alert to, doing what the body does in such conditions. The muscles that hold you upright during the day, that maintain your readiness, have been releasing slowly, one by one, without announcement. Your back is further into the chair than it was. Your shoulders are lower. The back of your neck has found the support behind it and given over to it. This is not something you are doing. It is something being done to you by the room, by the warmth, by the simple absence of anything requiring a response. The body, in safe and warm conditions, relaxes. It has been doing this every night of your life. It doesn't need instruction. It knows how to do this far better than you do. Your hands are resting, both of them, wherever they have come to rest, on the arms of the chair, in your lap, loosely one on top of the other. They are warm. They are still. They have been instruments today, 100 small tasks requiring their participation. All of that is done. They are not instruments now. They are simply your hands, warm and quiet, at rest in this room. Your face. You may not have thought about your face today. Faces tend to manage themselves without being noticed. But notice it now, briefly. The muscles around your eyes, soft. The muscles of your jaw, released. Your forehead, smooth. Nothing is being held there. No expression maintained for anyone's benefit. Your face, at this hour, is simply at rest. Outside, nothing moves. Inside, the fire, low and steady. The warmth, the dark shapes of the room's few things, the cup on the table, the books in their quiet shelf, the blanket across your lap, the sound of your own breath, which has been happening this whole time without your supervision, and which will continue. You breathe in slowly, and out. The room does not change. It is the same room it was. It will remain the same room. Everything in it is patient and constant and entirely on your side tonight. Something has shifted. You may not have noticed exactly when, but if you were to compare the quality of your mind right now to what it was when you first sat down, there would be a difference. Not a dramatic one. Nothing dramatic is happening tonight. Just a quieting, a settling. As though the thoughts that were moving when you arrived have one by one found somewhere to put themselves down and stopped moving. The mind does this, in rooms like this, at hours like this. It does not need to be instructed. Given warmth and stillness and the absence of anything requiring a response, it will slow on its own, the way water slows when it moves out of a narrow channel into something wider. The thoughts become less precise, less like sentences and more like the shape of sentences, less like questions and more like the vague impression that questions exist somewhere and are waiting and do not need to be answered now. There was a time earlier today when your mind was moving quickly. It was doing what minds do during the day, running through things, holding several things at once, keeping track of what needed to happen and what had happened and what might still need attention. That is the work of a day, and the mind does it well. But the day is over, and that work is done. and the mind can set it down now. Not forget it. Simply set it down the way you set down something you have been carrying, in a safe place, knowing it will be there when you need it again. You think distantly of the day behind you, not to assess it or revise it, just the broad shape of it, a texture of hours, a sequence of things that led from morning to here. The morning is very far away now. It belongs to a different part of the day, a part that is complete, no longer available for review. The afternoon is similarly done. The evening brought you to this room, and this room is where the day ends, and this is a good place for it to end. The future is elsewhere tonight. Tomorrow is a door that is not open yet. Behind it, the ordinary contents of a day are arranged and waiting. The things to do, the decisions, the movements of a life continuing. All of that will be accessible in the morning, but the door is closed for now, and nothing behind it is urgent, and attending to it tonight would not change what it contains. Leave the door closed. It does not mind. There is a particular kind of thought that comes only at this hour, in conditions like these. It is not a useful thought, not going anywhere, not requiring anything. It is more like an impression, warm and slightly blurred at the edges, the way something looks when you are not looking at it directly. A memory of a place or a quality of light you recognize without knowing from where. A feeling without a clear name. These are the mind's own quiet material, the residue of the day being sorted and stilled. You do not need to engage with them. They move through on their own. Let them. Your eyes have grown slower in their movements. When they move now, they move as though through something slightly thicker than air. They find the fire and rest on it longer than they would have earlier in the evening. The fire is endlessly watchable in this way, not because it is spectacular, but because it is perpetually, subtly changing, always slightly different from one moment to the next, never requiring a response. The perfect companion for eyes that are winding down. The flames are smaller now. Mostly it is the embers doing the work. That deep red-orange glow, constant and warm, in a way that is almost more reassuring than the earlier flames because it is steadier. The embers do not flicker. They simply glow. The room is warm. The room is held. Everything is continuing as it should. Your breathing has slowed without your help. The body knows how to do this. It has been preparing for sleep every night of your life, and it does not need instruction. The breath coming in is a little slower than it was. The breath going out takes a little longer. The pause between them has grown. And in that pause, there is a small, complete, easy stillness. Feel the breath move in, slow, even. The chest rises very slightly. The warm air of the room enters you. The breath moves out. The chest settles. A pause, a small, quiet pause. And then the next breath arrives on its own, without effort. You are not breathing. You are being breathed. The body is doing it. You are along for it. There is nothing more required. The room is warm. The fire is at its low, patient level. Your body is settled in the chair. Everything is proceeding as it should. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. The room is very quiet, not silent. The fire is still there, offering its occasional small sound, but quiet in the way that rooms become quiet when everything in them has stopped moving, when the air itself seems to have settled into place. when the light has stopped shifting and simply remains where it is, warm and low and constant. Your body is heavier than it was. Heavier in the right way, the way a body feels when it has truly stopped preparing itself for anything. When the muscles that spend the day keeping you ready have remembered that readiness is not required here, in this room, at this hour. This heaviness is not tiredness. It is gravity being allowed to do its work without resistance. You are simply here, solid and warm, entirely supported. Move through the body slowly, if that is useful. There is no hurry. There is nothing else to attend to. You can spend as long as you like on each part, or you can simply let the awareness move at its own pace, touching each part briefly, confirming that it is there and that it is resting. Your head, the muscles across your scalp. You may never think about these muscles during the day because they are never called upon to do anything obvious. But they can carry tension nonetheless. Notice them now and let them be soft. The muscles around your eyes, released, not holding any expression, not braced against any light. The muscles of your forehead, smooth, nothing written there tonight. Your jaw. Let it rest in its most natural position. The lower jaw has its own slight weight, and if you are not asking it to do anything, that weight will pull it gently and very slightly downward. The space inside your mouth, easy. Your tongue resting wherever it rests. Your throat, soft and unremarkable. Your neck. The muscles on either side of it have been holding your head up all day. They are not required to do that now. The chair is doing it. The cushion behind you is doing it. Give the full weight of your head over to the support that is there. You do not need to hold yourself up. You can let the chair be responsible for that. It is well designed for exactly this purpose. Your shoulders. If they have gathered any height during the day, and they often do, almost imperceptibly, in the way shoulders accumulate the tensions of a day of being responsible for things, let them fall now. Just the natural, unforced release. Down and very slightly back. The shoulder blades settling. The chest opening, just slightly. Just the natural amount. An inch, perhaps, less. Just the release of whatever was being held. Your arms, both of them, from the shoulder down to the elbow down to the wrist. The full weight of each arm is given over entirely to whatever it rests against. You do not need to keep any part of your arms lifted or ready. They are finished. They are warm and heavy and resting. Your hands, the palms, the backs of the hands, the fingers, arranged loosely in whatever position they have found. Each finger separately warm, not curled into anything, not braced, not waiting. Your hands, in the complete sense of the word, are at rest. The breath moves through you. In, a slow rise, and out, a slow settling, and a pause, and in again. In, out, pause. You are not doing this. It is happening. Your back is fully supported. Every part of it, the lower back, where so much of the day's effort is stored, the middle back, the upper back, and the space between the shoulder blades. All of it resting against the chair. All of it giving up the last of its held posture. The spine finding its own natural curve. The curve it takes when nothing is being asked of it. Your hips and legs. The weight of your hips pressing gently into the chair. The thighs, heavy and still. The knees, soft, not held at any angle. The calves, resting. The ankles. And the feet, the soles of your feet, which have been in contact with the world all day, warm and quiet now, finished with everything, resting. The whole body, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet, all of it here, all of it warm, all of it given over. There is a great deal of you when you consider it this way. A great surface area of skin, a great depth of warmth, and all of it is resting, right now, in this room, in this chair, in this particular moment. The fire offers one very soft sound. You hear it. You release it. The room continues to hold you, as it has been doing all evening. The edges of things are softening. The room, which had a shape and distinct objects in it, is becoming something simpler now. Not a collection of things anymore, but a feeling, a warmth, a presence, a sense of being held inside something that is safe and constant and entirely without demands. You do not need to know where the walls are. They are there. You know this without needing to confirm it. The walls are where they have always been this evening, holding the room in its shape, keeping the warmth inside, standing between you and the night. You do not need to see them. You can simply know they are there, as you know many things that you do not need to look at to trust. You do not need to know the time. Time is happening somewhere. It is always happening somewhere. But in this room, at this depth, it is not a thing that concerns you. Morning will come in its own time, as it always does, and it will bring with it whatever it brings. But morning is not now. Now is now. And now is warm and dark and quiet. Nothing is going wrong anywhere that requires your attention. Whatever the world is doing tonight, and the world is always doing something, it is doing it without needing you. The fields in the dark, the empty road, the other houses and their sleeping occupants, the slow, patient turning of the night, all of it is proceeding in its usual way, as it has proceeded every night, for as long as there have been nights, and none of it is asking anything of you before morning. Let the thoughts be whatever they are. Not quite thoughts anymore, perhaps. More like shapes. The impression of warmth, of a place, of something half remembered. These are the images that come at the border, not yet dreams, but the threshold of something. The mind releasing the last of what it has been holding. The slow dissolution of the day into something quieter. Let them come. Let them go. There is no need to hold on to anything tonight. Everything worth keeping is already kept. Everything that needed to be thought is already as thought as it needs to be. The rest can go. The fire is very low now. Just the embers. Just the deep red glow they offer, without anyone having to tend to them, without any arrangement on your part. The fire has done its work this evening. It kept you company. It kept the room warm. It is still doing that, in its quieter way, giving off the last of its heat into the room, which the room will hold for a long time. Your breath is very slow, in and out. A long pause, in again. Each breath is complete in itself. There is no gap to fill. Each pause between breaths is simply a pause. Easy, uncomplicated. The natural space between one breath and the next. Your name, if someone spoke it now, you would know it. But you might take a moment to arrive at it. That is the right distance to be from yourself at this hour. Far enough that the day cannot find you. Close enough that you are still here, still warm, still breathing in this room. The room is almost dark. Just the glow of the embers now, that last deep red. The ceiling in shadow. The walls in shadow. The mantelpiece and its few objects, shapes in the comfortable dark. The books in their shelf, the cup on the table, the curtains closed. All of it present, all of it unchanged, all of it in its place. Everything is where it should be. You are where you should be. This particular kind of quiet, the quiet that comes only here, in the space between waking and sleep, when the day has fully let go and the body is warm and the mind has released its grip. This quiet does not need to be reached for. You do not need to make it happen. It is the natural state of a body at rest in a warm room at the right hour. You are already in it. The warmth, the dark, the breath moving slowly, the fire at its last low glow, not asking to be watched, just there, just warm, as you are, just here, just warm, just breathing. You do not need to do anything more tonight. The room has you. The night has you. Everything can wait until morning. Let the next breath come on its own, and the one after. Sleep now, just here, just warm. Sleep. You are in a cottage, not a large one. That is part of what makes it what it is. The rooms are small, and the ceilings are low, and the walls are thick enough that outside sounds, the wind, if there is wind, the rain, if there is rain, arrive muffled and distant, like sounds heard from under warm water. The cottage has been here for a long time. You can tell this the way you can tell it about any place that has been standing through many seasons. Something in the way the floor gives very slightly underfoot. Something in the way the door frames have settled into angles that are almost, but not quite, square. It is not a perfect place. It is a place that has been lived in, which is a different and better thing. The fire is burning low. This is important. Not a fire at its height. Not the fire of early evening, when it was fed and built and climbing. That stage has passed. The fire now is in its latter hours. The logs reduced to thick orange embers, with occasional small flames moving across their surface, finding the last of what is combustible and consuming it slowly. The glow from the grate is the kind of glow that does not flicker dramatically. It simply pulses, very gently, as though the fire is breathing, which in its way it is. The warmth it gives is the warmest kind, the warmth of something that has been burning for a long time and has spread itself into every surface of the room. You are sitting down. There is a chair, low and soft, positioned at an angle to the fire that is exactly right. Not so close that the heat is intense, not so far that you must seek it. Just the right distance, so the warmth presses against your face and your hands, and the fronts of your legs with a gentle consistency, like a presence that does not ask to be acknowledged, but is simply there. The room is small enough that everything in it is within sight. A window, curtained. The curtains are not heavy, not thin, the right weight for a cottage window. The weight that diffuses whatever light comes through them into a soft warmth during the day and holds the dark at bay at night. They are closed now. The dark is on the other side of them, doing its patient work. A table with a few things on it, nothing requiring attention. A shelf on the wall with objects that have clearly been there for a long time. The kind of objects that gather in old cottages, that have no particular function but belong to the place, the way the walls and floor belong to it. Small things, quiet things, things that have stopped having stories attached to them and have simply become part of the background of the room. The floor is stone, probably, or something close to it, covered in part by a rug that has absorbed so many years of warmth from this same fire that it holds the heat in its fibres. Your feet are on it or near it, and they are warm. The cottage smells of the evening, of wood smoke. That is the primary note, always, in a room with a fire burning for hours, and beneath it, something older. Old wood, perhaps, the particular combination of stone and timber and years that produces, in small old buildings, an atmosphere you cannot quite name, but recognize immediately as the smell of a place that has been a place for a very long time. Outside, the world has gone quiet. You cannot see the world from here, not with the curtains drawn and the fire low and the evening fully arrived. But you can feel the quality of the outside through the walls, the particular stillness that settles over the countryside when the last of the day is done. No traffic, no voices. Whatever birds there might have been are settled and silent. The fields, if there are fields, are simply lying in the dark, being fields, as fields do, when there is no one to observe them. The cottage has a particular relationship with time. Not that time passes differently here. It does not. The hours are the same length they are everywhere. But a place like this, old and small and settled into itself, has a way of making the hours feel less urgent. The thick walls that keep the cold out also keep a certain quality of slowness in. The slowness of a place that has seen many winters, many summers, many evenings just like this one, and has learned that none of them required hurrying through. You do not need to hurry through this one. The fire has been here since before you sat down. It will be here after you have fallen asleep. It is not going anywhere, and it is not asking you to go anywhere either. It is simply burning at this low and lovely rate, because that is what it does. Because fire left to itself does not stop burning until it has nothing left to burn. There is something reassuring in that continuity. The fire was here when the evening was bright, and it is here now that the evening is dark, and it will be here through the quiet hours ahead. It does not mind the dark. It does not mind the silence. It simply burns, and in burning makes the room what it is: warm, amber, close, a place where a person can put everything down and simply be still. You breathe in slowly. The air in the cottage is warm, and it is the air of this room specifically. Wood smoke and old walls and the evening. And it is the right air to be breathing at the end of a day. You breathe it out. The fire does not notice. The room does not change. You are here. The evening has brought you to this particular chair, in this particular room, beside this particular fire. There is nowhere else to be. The day is somewhere behind you now, not gone. It will not be fully gone until morning, when it officially becomes yesterday and takes its place in a long sequence of days that do not require anything from you anymore. But it is behind you, whatever it contained, the things that went well, the things that did not, the things that simply happened without being either. It is all behind you, and you are here, in the cottage, in the chair, in the warmth of a fire that has been burning since the late afternoon, and is now, very slowly, completing itself. You have been in this chair for a while, long enough that the chair has adjusted to you, or you have adjusted to the chair. It is difficult to say which. Long enough that the warmth of the room has become the temperature of your skin, and you have stopped noticing it as a sensation, and it has simply become the quality of the air. Long enough that the sounds the fire makes have become part of the silence, rather than an interruption of it. There is a mug somewhere nearby, on the table, perhaps, or on the arm of the chair, if the chair has an arm wide enough for that. Whatever was in the mug has been drunk, mostly, or is no longer warm enough to want. The mug is simply there, a rounded shape, a handle turned one way or the other, a small object doing nothing in particular in the low firelight. It does not require a decision. You do not need to do anything about the mug. Think for a moment about how small this room is, not in a confined way, in a contained way. There is a difference. A small room with thick walls and a burning fire, and curtains drawn against the night, is not a limiting space. It is a gathered space. Everything in it is close. The ceiling is close. The walls are close. The fire is close. There is very little distance between you and any of it. And that closeness is a kind of comfort that larger rooms cannot offer. You are surrounded, very gently, on all sides by warmth and stone, and the accumulated quiet of many years. The fire shifts. A small sound. Not a dramatic crack, just a settling. One section of the embers giving way slightly, redistributing the heat. A brief brightening. The shadow of the chair moving on the wall, then returning. The room settling again into its particular amber. You watch this without moving. That is the right response to a fire at this hour. Not to tend it, not to add to it, not to do anything at all. Simply to watch it, the way you might watch rain on a window. Not looking for anything, not expecting anything. Just allowing the movement to exist in your field of vision and pass through without catching. Outside, something. Not alarming. The countryside is full of small sounds at night that are not alarming. A branch, perhaps, shifted by whatever wind there is. Or an animal, small and unconcerned, going about its nocturnal business in the hedgerow. The sound comes. It is assessed in a part of your mind that assesses such things and found to be nothing. And then it is gone, and the quiet returns. The quiet always returns here. That is one of the qualities of a cottage in the country at night. The quiet is the default. Sounds enter it, and then the quiet absorbs them and closes over the place where they were. It is the opposite of a city, where sound is the default and silence is the interruption. Here, silence is what the place returns to. It is the condition the cottage is most naturally in. Your shoulders. Notice them now, briefly, where they are, whether they are level with where they were when you arrived, or whether, as is likely, they have descended slightly, carried downward by the accumulated warmth and the absence of anything requiring you to hold yourself in readiness. They have probably dropped. Bodies do this, in rooms like this, without being asked. The shoulders drop, the jaw softens. The muscles across the back of the neck, which have been maintaining the position of the head all day, begin to ease. You did not ask your body to do this. It is doing it on its own. That is the right thing to be happening now. The fire breathes its slow breath. The cottage holds its warmth. The world outside is quiet in all the directions it can be quiet, which at this hour is all of them. The cottage has a sound of its own, not a loud sound. Nothing like that. More like the sound a very quiet place makes when you are still enough to hear it. The faint settling of old timbers as the temperature shifts. The almost imperceptible sound of the fire giving off its heat. The particular quality of silence that comes from thick stone walls. A silence that is somehow more present, more substantial than the silence of thinner walled places. The silence in a cottage like this has weight to it. It presses in gently from all sides, the way warmth does, and it is just as welcome. This is the sound of a place at peace with itself. A place that has been here long enough to have nothing to prove. The cottage does not need to be anything other than what it is. A shelter, a warmth, a set of walls and a roof between the people inside and everything outside. That is all it was ever meant to be. That is what it is tonight, and it is sufficient, and you are inside it, which means you are also, for tonight, sufficient. You do not need to be anything other than what you are right now. Warm and still and here. There is nothing more you need from this evening. You have arrived at the part where nothing further is required. The fire is lower than it was. You notice this the way you notice gradual things, not at the moment of change, but some time after, when the change has accumulated enough to become perceptible. The flames that were occasional are now rare. The embers are doing most of the work, and they are doing it quietly, without drama, giving off a steady, radiant heat that asks nothing of you. The colour of the light in the room has shifted. Less yellow, more red. The shadows are deeper. The corners of the room, which were amber an hour ago, are now approaching darkness. This does not feel like loss. It feels like arrival. The fire at this stage is the fire at its most honest. It is not performing. It is simply being what it is. The last warmth of something that has already given most of what it had to give. Continuing, because that is what fires do. Because combustion does not stop until there is nothing left to combust. There is something to be respected in that. Something to simply sit with, without comment. Look around the room, slowly. Your eyes move the way eyes move when there is nothing urgent to find. Without hurry, without purpose, settling briefly on one thing and then drifting to the next. The shelf on the wall, those quiet objects in a row, their shadows longer now in the low red light. A small jug, perhaps, a stone or two, a piece of something, driftwood or a root, or simply a shape that someone once found and brought inside because it seemed worth keeping. None of these things has anything to say to you tonight. They are simply the accumulated objects of a place. Being still. The window. The curtains are thick enough that no light from outside reaches through them, and no light from inside escapes. The window is simply a place in the wall where during the day the outside would be visible. At night, with the curtains drawn, it is a closed thing, a sealed seam between inside and outside, holding them apart. You are not curious about what is on the other side. You know what is on the other side. The night, the dark, the fields, or the lane, or the garden, all of it quietly being itself in the dark. It is enough to know this without looking. The ceiling is close, low, as cottage ceilings are, with perhaps a beam across it. Dark wood, old, running from one wall to the other. In the firelight, the beam is barely visible, just a darker shape against the darker ceiling. The plaster around it, if there is plaster, is not smooth. Old plaster never quite is. There are small variations in it, small imperfections that catch the light at certain angles and are invisible at others. Right now, in this low red light, you can see the texture of it, the slight roughness of a surface that was made by hand a long time ago, in a way that was never meant to be perfect. Perfection was not the point. The point was shelter. The point was a ceiling between the people inside and the weather outside. A ceiling that would stay up through many winters and keep the warmth in and the rain out. That is what this ceiling has done. That is what it is doing now, above you, in the dark, staying up, keeping the warmth in, asking nothing. The objects on the shelf have been in this room longer than you. That is a strange thing to consider, and also a comfortable one. The small jug, the stones, whatever other things have gathered there. They were here before this evening, before today, possibly before many years of days. They will be here after tonight. They exist on a timescale that has nothing to do with the things that concerned you this morning. They are simply here, on the shelf, being still, in the way that objects are still when no one is asking anything of them. There is something very restful about objects that are not asking anything. Most of the objects in your life are asking something. The phone, the work on the desk, the things waiting in rooms you are not in. But not here. Not these objects in this room at this hour. The jug is not asking. The stones are not asking. The fire is not asking. Even the chair beneath you is not asking. It is simply providing, which is a different thing entirely. You are surrounded for this hour entirely by things that are only providing warmth, support, enclosure, quiet, the smell of an old room and an old fire. These are the things being offered to you right now, freely, without expectation. You do not need to do anything with them except receive them, and you are receiving them. That is enough. Your hands are resting, both of them, wherever they have settled. One perhaps on your knee, one on the arm of the chair, or both in your lap, one loosely over the other. They are warm. The fire has been warming them for hours without your noticing. The backs of your hands, the palms, the fingers, all of them warm, all of them still, all of them finished with the tasks of the day. The tasks of the day. There were some. There are always some. You could, if you tried, reconstruct them. What you did this morning, what you did in the afternoon, what brought you to the evening that brought you to this cottage, this chair, this fire. But trying would require an effort that the room is not asking for. The room is asking for nothing. The day's tasks exist somewhere in the past, sealed and complete, and they do not need to be revisited before morning. Leave them where they are. The fire makes a very small sound, so small that you almost do not hear it, just the faintest settling, the quietest movement of heat through embers. It is not asking for attention. It does not need you to look. It is simply still here, still giving what it has to give, in this small room at the end of this quiet evening. You are still here too, warm and still, and in exactly the right place. The body knows when it has everything it needs. It has been knowing this for the last hour, while the mind was catching up. The body doesn't require a list or an argument. It simply responds to conditions, to warmth, to support, to the absence of threat, to the horizontal or near horizontal position it has been waiting for since you woke this morning. It has been responding to these conditions quietly, without announcement, doing what bodies do when they are given what they need. Your muscles have been releasing, not all at once, gradually, the way everything in this room has been gradual. The muscles that maintain posture during the day, that keep you upright and alert and ready, have been softening since you arrived. You may not have felt it happening, which is as it should be. The best kind of releasing is the kind you do not need to direct. The breath has found its pace, slower than it was this morning, slower than it was an hour ago. The breath of a body that is safe and warm and has nowhere to go is slower and deeper than the breath of a body that is engaged with the day. Your body is engaged with nothing now. It is simply breathing, at the pace that breathing finds when it is allowed to find its own pace. Breathe in, slowly. The air of this room, warm, familiar. The air that has been here all evening. Breathe out, longer than the breath in. A full, easy release, nothing held back. The pause, easy, natural. The space between one breath and the next that is not a gap, but a rest. And the next breath arrives on its own. The mind is quieter now than it was. It has been doing less and less since the evening began. The inventory of the room gave it something to occupy itself with. Noticing, naming, attending to what is present rather than what is absent. And in doing that, it has been gradually releasing the other things. The day, the tomorrow, the list, the worries. They are still somewhere, but they are at a remove now. They are not pressing. They have accepted that tonight is not their time. What is left when the pressing things have stepped back is something simpler. Just a room, just a warmth, just a breath, moving through you without effort. Just the weight of your body, held completely by the surface beneath you. Just the faint sound of the fire, or the memory of it, the residual warmth in the air that the fire has been giving all evening, and that the room will hold for hours. This is what remains when everything else has stepped aside. This is what has been here all along, waiting under the noise of the day. The room is very still, and you are very still within it, and still is exactly what is needed now. The room has been working on you all evening, not through effort. The room does not make effort. It simply is what it is, and what it is has been having its effect gradually, steadily, in the way that warmth has its effect, and quiet has its effect, and the horizontal position has its effect. You have been in the room for long enough that these effects have accumulated. Think of where you were when the evening began, the state the mind was in, the amount it was holding, the degree to which the body was still at readiness, and compare it to now. The mind is quieter, the body is heavier in the right way. They do not solve anything. They do not answer any questions or resolve any difficulties. They simply provide the conditions in which the mind can set things down, and the body can release, and the breath can slow. The room provides the conditions. The person provides the rest. Or rather, the person becomes the rest, which is the same thing. You are becoming the rest. It has been happening for the last hour, and it is continuing now. And it will continue until sleep itself arrives, which is not far away. Sleep is not a destination you travel toward. It is a condition that becomes available when all the conditions for it are met. And the conditions are met. They have been met for a while. The room is ready. Your body is ready. Your mind is nearly ready. Nearly, and nearly is close enough. Your eyes, if they are open, are finding that open requires more than they want to give. Let them close. The room does not need to be watched. The room has been here without being watched before, and it manages very well. You can close your eyes, and the room will continue. The warmth will continue. The quiet will continue. The fire will continue its slow burning in the grate. Close them, if they want to close. And if they are already closed, then you are already further along than you know. The body is very still now. Not rigid, not held, just still. The way things are still when they have stopped needing to be anything other than what they are. Your body has been working since the moment you woke this morning. It has been carrying you through the day, managing itself, doing the 1,000 small things that bodies do without being asked. It is allowed to stop now. It has been allowed to stop for a while, and it has been gradually accepting that permission. And now it is still. Begin with the top of the head, if that is useful. The scalp, the muscles across it. There are muscles there, faint ones, and they carry tension the way all muscles carry tension, quietly and without drawing attention to themselves. Notice them now and let them be soft. Not a command, just a noticing and a permission. The forehead, smooth, nothing held there, no expression being maintained, no small frown of concentration or concern. The forehead of a person at rest looks different from the forehead of a person awake in the world. And yours is finding that other configuration now. The configuration of simply being a forehead with nothing required of it. The eyes closed. Behind the eyelids, just warmth. Just the faint reddish glow that is the last of the firelight coming through. It will fade as the fire fades, and by the time it has faded entirely, you will be asleep, and it will not matter. The jaw, soft. The lower jaw has its own small weight, and when nothing is required of it, that weight draws it very slightly downward. Not open, just released. The muscles of the jaw, which clench and work through every hour of every day, are resting. The teeth not pressed together. The tongue lying quietly where it lies. The throat, the neck. The long muscles on either side of the neck, which have held your head upright all day, are being held now by the chair. They do not need to do anything. The chair is doing it. You can give the full weight of your head to the support behind you, completely, without reservation. And the chair will hold it, as it has been holding it, without any help from you. The shoulders, let them be wherever they have fallen. Lower than they were this morning, almost certainly. Lower than they were when you sat down this evening, even. Somewhere in the last few hours, they have descended, carried down by the warmth and the quiet, and the simple absence of anything requiring them to be held up. Let them be there. That is the right place. The arms, both of them, heavy with their own weight, fully supported. From the shoulder to the elbow to the wrist, all of it resting, all of it warm, all of it finished. The hands, each finger loosely arranged, not curled into anything, not ready for anything, just there, warm, soft. The hands of someone who has stopped. The chest, rising and falling with the breath. Slowly. The breath is slow now, deep and slow, and the chest accommodates it without effort. In, and the chest rises slightly, out, and it falls. And then a pause, a long, easy pause, and then in again. The stomach, released, not held, not braced, just present, soft, doing nothing. The back, all of it, from the base of the spine to the top, resting against the chair. The chair is holding all of it. Every part of your back is supported. There is not a single part of it that needs to work. The legs, heavy, long and heavy where they rest. The thighs, the knees, the calves, the ankles, all of it given over to gravity, to the chair and the floor, to the simple fact of being horizontal or near horizontal and having nothing to stand up for. The feet, warm, still. The soles of your feet, which have been in contact with the world all day. They are not in contact with anything now except warmth. They are resting. The whole body, from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, all of it here, all of it warm, all of it at rest in this small, thick-walled cottage, beside a fire that is almost done, at the end of an evening that has been asking less and less of you, until now it is asking nothing at all. The fire gives off its warmth, quietly, without being asked. You receive it, without needing to. The cottage is very quiet now. The fire has gone to its last embers. Not out, not yet. Just the deepest glow, the colour of the inside of something warm, giving off the last of what it has to give into the room, into the air, into you. You do not need to tend it. You do not need to do anything at all. The walls of the cottage are doing what they have always done, holding the roof, holding the warmth, holding the quiet. They have been doing this through more nights than you can count. And tonight is one more. And they are entirely equal to it. The world outside is quiet. Whatever the world was doing today, whatever traffic moved through it, whatever voices, whatever ordinary noise of people living their lives, all of that has stopped now, or moved somewhere else, or simply sunk beneath the surface of the night. Out there, in the dark, the fields are being fields. The lane is being a lane. The hedgerows are standing as they always stand, in the dark, doing nothing, being exactly what they are. None of it needs you. Your thoughts, if there are thoughts, have no edges now. They are not about anything. They are not going anywhere. They are simply present, the way warmth is present, diffuse, without direction, fading at the edges into something that is not thought at all. Let them go. There is nothing to hold onto tonight. Everything worth holding is already held. By the chair, by the cottage, by the warmth that is still in the room even as the fire fades. The breath, in, a long pause, out, a longer pause, and then in again when a body is ready. You are not doing this, it is being done. Your name, if someone spoke it now, you would know it, but it would take a moment to arrive. That distance from yourself is exactly right. That is the distance at which sleep becomes available. The fire is almost gone. Just the last of the glow. Just a warmth without a flame. The room is darker than it was. And the darkness is a good darkness. The darkness of a small room at the end of a long, slow evening. A darkness that has been coming for hours and has finally arrived. It is a gentle darkness. It is not asking anything of you. You are warm. You are held. You are in a small cottage at the end of an evening, and the fire has burned low, and the world has gone quiet, and there is nowhere you need to be, and nothing you need to do, and no one waiting for anything from you tonight. The next breath, in, out, the cottage around you, the dark, the warmth. Sleep now. The fire will do the rest. It will burn to its end in its own time, and the room will hold its warmth for hours after, and you will sleep through all of it, through the last of the embers, and the long dark hours, and the first grey light that will come, eventually, through the curtained window. But that is a long way away. Right now, there is only this, The warmth, the quiet, the cottage, holding you. Sleep. You are inside. That is the first thing, the most important thing, perhaps on a night like this. You are inside, and the rain is outside, and there is a roof between you and it. A good roof, a reliable one, the kind that does not announce itself during dry weather, but becomes, on a rainy night, one of the most reassuring things in the world. You can hear it, the rain arriving on the tiles, or the slate, or whatever this roof is made of, a sound that is continuous and even and entirely beyond your control or concern. You do not need to do anything about the rain. It is doing what rain does, falling at its own pace, for its own reasons, with no interest in what you think about it. It was falling before you came inside, and it will continue falling after you are asleep. It is simply part of the night, the way the dark is part of the night, the way the fire is part of this room. The fire. It is burning in the hearth, a proper hearth, set into the wall, with a surround that has absorbed years of heat and radiates it back into the room, even when the fire itself is low. And the fire tonight is low. Not new, not built up, but settled. The kind of fire that has been going since the early evening and is now in its latter stage. The logs reduced to thick embers, the flames occasional and small, the heat steady and deep and reliable. The room is warm in the particular way that a room is warm when the heat comes from burning wood rather than from pipes or radiators. A warmth that is uneven in the best sense, slightly more present near the hearth, slightly less in the corners, with gradations and shifts that give the warmth a quality that purely mechanical heating never quite achieves. It is the warmth of something alive, or recently alive, doing what fire does, giving off what it has into the air around it. You are sitting, or you are lying down, whichever you have arranged for yourself tonight. The position is the right one. You would not have settled into it if it were not. Your back is supported. Your head is supported. Your legs are extended or folded or arranged in whatever way is most natural for you in this moment. And they are warm, and they are still. The rain continues on the roof. Listen to it for a moment, without trying to do anything with the listening, not analyzing it, not thinking about what it means, or what it sounds like, or what it reminds you of, just receiving the sound, the way it comes in waves that are not quite waves, the way it is continuous but not uniform, the way individual drops are indistinguishable within the whole, but the whole has a texture to it, a rhythm that is not quite a rhythm, a constancy that is more felt than counted. This is one of the oldest sounds there is. Rain on a roof is a sound that people have been falling asleep to for as long as there have been roofs. Before that, rain on leaves, rain on stone, rain on the ground outside the entrance to wherever shelter was. The sound of water falling from the sky onto surfaces is among the most ancient lullabies, and it requires no effort from you, only that you are inside and warm and able to hear it. You are all of those things. Beneath the rain, the fire, two sounds layered. The rain is higher, a softer percussion, a continuous texture. The fire is lower, occasional, irregular, a warmth in a sound as much as the air. Together they fill the room with something that is between sound and silence. Too much presence to be truly quiet, but nothing in it that demands attention or requires response. You can simply exist inside these sounds. That is all they are asking of you. Not your attention, not your engagement, not your interpretation. Simply your presence here, in this room, while the rain falls and the fire burns and the evening continues to do what evenings do. The rain has a particular quality tonight. Not a storm, nothing like that. This is the other kind of rain. The kind that arrives without drama and settles in for the long hours. The kind that will still be falling when you wake and will have been falling steadily and without urgency through all the hours between. It is not trying to make a point. It is simply rain, doing what rain does in this part of the world in this kind of season, arriving softly, persisting gently, making the outside wet and the inside, by contrast, all the more completely itself. Listen to where it is loudest. Directly overhead, if you are under a pitched roof, the sound is most present. A consistent rush of small impacts, each one too small to notice individually, but together producing a sound that has weight and texture. If there is a window nearby, you might hear the rain on the glass. A different note, sharper, more individual. And underneath all of it, the sound of water finding its way along gutters and down pipes. A quieter threading of the sound that is almost musical. None of these sounds need to be identified or catalogued. They can simply exist in the room with you, the way the fire exists, the way the warmth exists, as part of the quality of this particular night, this particular hour, this particular being inside while it rains, which is one of the specific pleasures of a wet country, one of the things the rain inadvertently provides to those who are dry. The room has taken on a particular quality. Rooms do this on rainy nights. They become more themselves. The walls feel more present. The warmth feels more deliberate. The light from the fire, moving slowly across surfaces, seems to have more work to do against a grey outside, and does it quietly, without fuss. The curtains, if there are curtains, hold the window and the rain behind them, and leave the room to be the room, contained and warm and separate from the wet. You have been inside for a while now, long enough that the sound of the rain has become background rather than event. This is the shift that happens when you stay in one place long enough with a single continuous sound. It moves from being something you notice to being something you inhabit. The rain is no longer a sound that arrives at your ears from outside. It is simply the texture of the air, the quality of the night, a given rather than a happening. The fire makes a sound, distinct from the rain, a brief crack or a small settling, the kind of irregular sound that stands out against the continuous rain, the way a single note stands out against a chord. Your attention finds it and then releases it. The fire is fine. The fire is doing what fires do. You do not need to attend to it. Think of the outside for a moment, not with any intention of going there, just to appreciate from the inside what the outside is doing. The lane or the road, if there is one nearby, is empty and wet. The surface of it dark and reflective. The rain making small disturbances in every puddle, every flat surface of water, a tiny percussion instrument being played by the falling drops. The trees, if there are trees, are receiving the rain in their own way. The leaves, if it is a leafy time of year, catching and releasing it, the branches dripping steadily. The ground is soft with it. Everything outside is wet, and you are not. That is a simple fact, with a profound effect on the quality of this room. The contrast between the wet outside and the dry inside is part of what makes inside, on a night like this, feel as it does. Complete, sufficient, a place that is doing exactly what a place is meant to do. Consider the roof for a moment, not architecturally. You do not need to think about how it was built, or what it is made of, or what it would cost to repair. Just as a fact, there is a roof above you, and it is doing what roofs do, which is the single most fundamental act of shelter. It is keeping the water out. Every drop of rain that falls tonight falls on the outside of the roof and runs off it, follows its course down to the gutters and away, and none of it reaches you. You are dry. You will remain dry. This has been the arrangement all evening, and it will be the arrangement all night, and you do not need to do anything to maintain it. The fire, similarly, requires nothing from you right now. Someone, you, perhaps, or the evening itself, attended to it earlier. Logs were placed, the fire was built, and it has been doing the rest on its own, consuming what it was given, producing heat and light, and the occasional small sound, a self-sufficient process that began with intention and has continued on its own momentum. Fires, once started, require very little. They simply burn at the rate that their fuel allows, giving off what they give off, making the room what the room becomes when there is a fire in it. This room, with this fire, on this rainy night, is its own complete thing. You are here. The rain is there. The fire is here, between you and the cold, and the roof is between you and the rain, and the walls are between you and the wind if there is wind, and all of these ordinary solid things are doing their jobs tonight without asking to be acknowledged. They have your comfort entirely in hand. The firelight moves. This is one of the things about a real fire that no other source of light quite replicates. The movement. Not dramatic movement. Nothing is flickering wildly. The fire is too low and settled for that. But the light it gives off is not static. It shifts very slightly from moment to moment. A small increase as a piece of ember catches briefly, a diminishing as it releases, a gentle pulse that is barely perceptible unless you are being still enough to notice it. You are being still enough to notice it. The wall opposite the hearth receives this light and gives it back in different ways at different moments. Now a little brighter, now a little less. The texture of the plaster or the wallpaper visible in one moment and absorbed into shadow in the next. The corners of the room have their own behavior. They hold the darker end of the gradient, receiving the least of the fire's light, becoming the deepest amber that is almost but not quite shadow. There are things in the room. You have been in this room long enough that you know where they are without needing to look directly at them. A chair, or the chair you are in, a table with things on it, a cup, perhaps, empty or nearly so, its purpose fulfilled, a shelf or shelves with the accumulated objects of a place, books with their spines turned out, a few things that are not books, everything quieter and more still than it is during the day. The books are worth noticing, briefly, not to read, not tonight, just to be aware of them, of the fact of them, of the accumulated words and thoughts and stories contained in those spines. Thousands of pages in that shelf, or however many books there are. Thousands of rooms and lives and voices, all of them perfectly still right now, waiting in the dark with the patience that books have always had. They do not mind being unread tonight. They have waited through many nights like this one. The rain is still there, on the roof. The rain on the roof is speaking a language you have always known. Not literally. It has no meaning, no message, no intention directed at you. But the body knows this sound at a level below thought. Warmth, shelter, rain outside, dry inside. This combination is so old that it may be one of the few genuinely universal forms of comfort, crossing every difference of culture and circumstance. You do not need to have heard this particular roof before to find it reassuring. The reassurance comes from something older than memory. This is one of the sounds the world has always made, and you are inside it, and you are warm. You may have stopped actively listening to it, which is as it should be. It has moved from the foreground to the background, become part of the air rather than a sound arriving in it. Every so often, you become aware of it again. A slight increase in its intensity, or a moment of relative quiet in the room that lets it through. And then it recedes again into the texture of the evening. The fire crackles once, brief, small, a tiny announcement of continued existence, and then silence, and then the return of the rain as the only sound in the room. Your eyes may have moved toward the hearth at the sound, out of habit, the habit of attending to fires, of making sure. And the fire is fine. The embers are glowing. The heat is steady. There is nothing required. Your body has been settling throughout all of this, settling in the way that bodies settle when they have been warm and still for long enough. When the muscles that spend the day maintaining readiness have begun, one by one, to release that readiness. Your back, wherever it is resting, is more fully resting than it was an hour ago. Your hands, wherever they have come to lie, are more completely at rest than they were. The skin of your face, your forehead, the muscles around your eyes, is smoother, softer, doing nothing at all. Notice, if you like, the temperature of your hands right now. They will be warm. The fire has seen to that, warming the air that surrounds them for hours. The backs of your hands, the palms, the fingers. Warmth that came from burning wood, that moved through the air of the room, that has been absorbed by your skin without your noticing. This is how the fire gives its heat. Not directly, but through the medium of the air, which carries it everywhere in the room equally, laying it gently on every surface it touches. You have been touched by this fire all evening. You carry its warmth now, even if the fire were to go out entirely, and it will eventually in the small hours. The warmth it has given is already in the room, in the walls, in you. It cannot be taken back. It is simply here, in the temperature of your skin and the heaviness of your limbs, and the ease with which your eyes stay closed. This has been happening without your asking it to. The room has been doing it. The warmth, the low light, the sound of the rain, the occasional reassuring voice of the fire. All of it has been working on your body as steadily as the fire has been working on the logs, slowly, without drama, reducing everything to its simplest state. You are approaching your simplest state, not there yet, but approaching it. The distance between where you are now and where you will be when you are asleep is smaller than the distance between where you were when the evening began and where you are now. You have come a long way tonight, very quietly, without going anywhere. There is a long tradition of this, of being inside while it rains, of having found shelter, whatever shelter is available to you, cottage or flat or house, or somewhere else entirely, and being dry within it while the rain comes down on everything outside. People have been doing this for as long as rain has been falling, and shelter has existed, long before electricity, long before glass in windows, long before any of the particular comforts of this room. People were inside while it rained, finding the same contrast, the same relief, the same particular quality of warmth that only exists when warmth is defined against the cold and wet outside. You are part of that long tradition tonight. There is nothing remarkable about being inside on a rainy night, and yet there is something, if you are still enough to feel it, that is more than ordinary. The rain gives the inside a meaning it does not have on dry nights. It sharpens the edges of the shelter, makes the warmth more itself, makes the dryness more of a thing. You notice the fire more because of the rain. You notice the roof more. You notice that you are in a place and that the place is holding you. That noticing, quiet as it is enough to rest in. The rain confirms this. It has been falling all evening, and it is still falling, and it will be falling when you are asleep, and none of that has required anything from you. The rain does not need your participation, neither does the fire. Neither does the roof that keeps the first from meeting the second. Everything is managing without you. And that, on a night like this, is exactly right. The particular comfort of rain on a roof is partly the sound and partly what the sound means. It means you are not out in it. It means something is between you and it. It means whatever is happening outside is happening outside, and you are on the other side of the happening, dry and warm, with a fire and a room, and all the distance that walls and a roof create between a person and the weather. This is a very old and very simple form of safety, and the body recognizes it as such and responds to it by releasing whatever it has been holding. You can feel that release now, if you attend to it. Not a dramatic release, nothing sudden, just the ongoing, very gradual loosening of things that have been held since morning. The set of the jaw, the position of the shoulders, the particular quality of alertness that the waking mind maintains, and that the sleeping mind has no use for. All of it releasing, degree by degree, into the warmth of the room and the sound of the rain and the last of the fire's heat, going quietly the way the evening has gone. The mind is quieter than it was, not empty, The mind is never quite empty, not until sleep itself takes over, but quieter. The thoughts that were present at the beginning of the evening, the things you carried in from the day, the small worries and undone tasks and half-formed plans. They have softened. They have lost their edges. They are still somewhere in there, but they are not pressing against the surface anymore. They are further back, in a room of their own, the door closed. You did not close the door. The evening closed it. The rain did part of it. There is something about the sound of rain on a roof, its constancy, its indifference to everything you are concerned about, that gently, persistently suggests that the things you are concerned about are smaller than the rain, older than your concerns, more continuous. The rain was falling before you had these thoughts, and it will be falling after you have forgotten them, and that puts them in a certain proportion. The fire did part of it too. The fire has been doing its quiet work all evening, taking the cold out of the air, taking the tension out of the room, asking nothing and giving steadily. You have been absorbing its warmth for hours now. It is in your skin, in the temperature of your hands, in the heaviness of your eyelids. Your eyelids, they are heavier now, not in an unpleasant way, in the right way, the way that happens when sleep is genuinely close and the body is genuinely ready. The muscles that hold the eyes open are small muscles, and they are among the first to acknowledge, honestly, when the day is done. They are acknowledging it now, slowly. With each blink, the closed position feels slightly more like where they belong. Let them close when they are ready. The room will still be here. The rain will still be here. The fire will still be here. You do not need to watch any of it. You can know the rain is falling without hearing every drop. You can know the fire is burning without seeing the light it gives. You can know the roof is holding without looking at it. You can simply know you are safe and warm and inside, and let the eyes rest. The breath, it has slowed somewhere in the last hour without your asking it to. Each breath is longer now. The in-breath deeper, the out-breath longer. The pause between more comfortable, less like a gap, and more like a natural rest between one thing and the next. Breathe in the warm air, the faint wood smoke, the particular smell of a room where rain falls outside and fire burns inside. That specific combination that belongs to certain evenings in certain places and to nowhere else. Breathe out, long and easy. The room receives it. A pause, a quiet, easy pause. And then the next breath arrives when the body is ready for it, without you having to fetch it. The thoughts are moving further away now. They are not gone. They are simply at a distance where they no longer require engagement. You can be aware of them the way you are aware of the rain. Present, continuous, not requiring a response. Let them be where they are. They will still be there in the morning if you need them. They will wait. Thoughts are very patient. They do not mind being left alone for a night. The room holds the evening the way a cupped hand holds water. Everything in it, the warmth, the low light, the sounds of the rain and the fire, has gathered here, drawn together by the walls and the roof, into a quality that is specific to this hour, this night, this particular combination of rain and fire and stillness. In an hour, this quality will be slightly different as the fire fades further and the rain perhaps eases. In 2 hours, it will be different again. But right now, in this moment, the room is holding all of it. The amber warmth, the soft percussion overhead, the smell of a fire well into its life, and it is offering it to you without condition. All you have to do is be here to receive it. You have been doing that all evening without being asked to think about it. You arrived and you sat, and the room began its work of receiving you, adjusting to your presence, wrapping its warmth around you, letting the sounds of the rain and fire gradually replace whatever noise had been in your head when you came in. That replacement is nearly complete now. Whatever noise was in your head when the evening began has been largely replaced by the sound of rain on a roof and the very quiet sound of a fire that is almost finished. These are better sounds. They are older sounds. They have no content, no urgency, no demand, no message. They are simply the sounds of physical things doing what physical things do. And they are here to accompany you into sleep. The rain falls. The fire burns low. You are going under, very gently, the way the evening has been taking you all along. There is nothing to resist. There is nothing to hold on to. The rain and the fire have been taking turns at the edges of your awareness. Sometimes the rain is more present, a slight increase in its sound, or a moment of quiet from the fire that lets the rain come forward. Sometimes the fire is more present, a brief crackle, a small shift in the light behind your eyelids. Neither of them needs you to choose between them. They can both be there, layered, the way the warmth and the cool are both there in a room on a winter night. Different qualities existing simultaneously, each one giving the other meaning. You have been inside these layered sounds for a long time now, long enough that they are no longer separate things you are listening to. They are simply the texture of the air, the quality of this particular darkness. The rain is not arriving at your ears from outside. It is simply part of where you are, as much as the warmth is part of where you are, as much as the breath moving slowly through you is part of where you are. You are made of this room now, a little, or the room has become you, a little. That is what happens in places where you have been still for long enough. The boundary between you and the room becomes less distinct. The warmth you feel is partly yours, and partly the room's, and it is impossible, at this depth, to say where one ends and the other begins. That dissolution is the beginning of sleep. Let it continue. The room has you. The body is releasing now, not all at once, gradually, the way everything in this evening has been gradual. The fire burning down, the rain settling in, the thoughts moving back, everything on its own pace, in its own time, without being asked to hurry. Begin at the top, if that helps, the top of the head, the scalp, the small muscles across it, soft, not holding anything, not bracing against anything, just the top of you, in the warm dark, doing nothing at all. The forehead, smooth, no expression there tonight, no small concentrations of effort or concern, just skin over bone, at rest, in the warmth. The eyes, closed or nearly closed. Behind the eyelids, the faint warmth of a room, the very faintest suggestion of the fire's glow, filtered through skin. It will fade as the fire fades, and it does not need to be held or watched or kept. The jaw, soft, the lower jaw finding its natural resting place, the slight downward pull of its own small weight, the space inside a mouth easy and unremarkable, the throat, soft, the neck released, both sides of it, the long muscles that have held the head upright since morning, all of that work now given over to the pillow, the cushion, the surface that is behind you. You do not need to hold your own head. Whatever is behind you is holding it. Let it. The shoulders, lower than they were this morning, lower, probably, than they have been all week. A body in a warm room on a rainy night, beside a fire, with nothing required. This is the condition under which shoulders find their truest resting place, and that is where yours are now. The arms, both of them, the full length of each arm, from the rounded weight of the shoulder to the loose arrangement of the fingers. Heavy, supported, not waiting for anything, not ready for anything, simply resting in the positions they have found. The hands, the warmest parts of you, perhaps. The fire has been warming them all evening, and warmth gathers in hands. Each finger, loosely where it is. No grip, no readiness. Just your hands, in the warm room, on this rainy night, being still, the chest rising and falling. Very slowly now. The breath is slow enough that each movement of the chest is barely perceptible. Just a slight deepening and releasing. The body doing its oldest and most essential work at its quietest and most economical. In, out, a pause, in again, the stomach, released, not held, not braced, soft and warm beneath whatever covers you, doing nothing, being nothing, except present. The back, all of it. The lower back, where so much of the day's effort is stored. The middle, the upper, between the shoulder blades. All of it given over to the surface beneath you. The surface is doing the work now. Your back is not doing anything. It is resting. The legs, long and heavy, the thighs, the knees, the calves, the weight of each leg fully surrendered to gravity, to the chair or the bed or whatever is holding you. You are not holding your legs up. They are being held. The feet, warm, still. The soles of your feet, which have been in contact with the world all day. Not in contact with anything now except warmth and the materials around them, resting, the whole body, from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, all of it here, all of it warm, all of it given over to the room, to the warmth, to the support of whatever holds you. The rain falls on the roof, softly, consistently. The fire gives its last warmth, quietly, both of them doing what they do, without asking anything of you. Both of them here, as you are here. The rain is still falling. You may not be able to hear it anymore, or you may hear it at a distance, something at the edges of awareness, continuous and soft, a presence more than a sound. It has been falling all evening. It will fall through the night. It does not need you to listen to it. It was not falling for you. It was simply falling the way rain falls, for its own ancient reasons. And you happened to be inside, warm, beside a fire. And that made the falling useful in a way it does not always get to be. The fire is almost done. The embers have given most of what they had. The heat they gave off is still in the room, in the walls, in the air, in your skin. Heat does not disappear. It moves. It spreads. It becomes the temperature of whatever it touches. And the room has been touched by this fire all evening. And it is warm. And it will stay warm. You are warm. The thoughts, if there are thoughts, are shapes now. Not sentences. Not questions. Just the soft shapes of things. A warmth, a colour. The impression of somewhere you have been, or might be. These are not thoughts to follow. They are the mind finding its way to where it goes when you are asleep. That other country, where things are made of feeling rather than logic, where you go every night and return from every morning and remember almost nothing of. You are on the border of that country now. Let yourself cross. There is nothing on this side that cannot wait until morning. The breath, in, out. The pause between is very long now. A pause that does not feel like waiting. Just a stillness. A complete and easy stillness between one breath and the next. And then the next breath comes. Without effort. Without you. The room is very dark now. The fire is given its last, and the embers are the dimmest red. And the room around you is the darkness of a room at night with the curtains drawn. A gentle darkness, a familiar darkness. A darkness that has been here every night and asks nothing. The rain on the roof, faint, continuous, indifferent to everything except falling. You are in a warm room. The rain is outside. The fire has done its work. The roof is holding. There is nothing at all that requires your attention now. Sleep. The rain will be here when you wake. The morning will be here when you wake. Everything will be where you left it. But that is a long way away. Right now, there is only the sound of rain, and the last of the warmth, and the dark, and the easy breath moving through you. In, out, sleep. You are in a room, not a special room, not a room that requires any particular description, because the room you are in tonight is the right room, the room that contains you specifically at this specific hour. Whatever its walls are made of, whatever covers the floor, whatever light is in it or absent from it, it is the room that is here, and you are here, and that is the only qualification that matters. The room is warm enough, not perfect. Rooms are rarely perfect. There may be a draft somewhere, a place near the window or the door where the air is slightly cooler. There may be sounds outside that are not the sounds of a quiet evening. None of this changes the essential fact. The room is warm enough for you to be still in it, and you are still in it. And that is what warm enough means. You are lying down or sitting, or arranged in whatever way you have arranged yourself for sleep. The position is the right one. You would not have settled into it if it weren't. Your spine is aligned in whatever way is most natural for it right now. Your head is supported. The surface beneath you, mattress, cushion, chair, is doing what it was made to do, which is receive the weight of a body and hold it. It is holding yours. It will continue to hold it through the night. There is a fire, or there is the sound of one. It has been burning for a while. It is in its latter stage now, settled and low, giving off a steady warmth that has distributed itself through the air of the room so evenly that it is no longer a thing you feel arriving from a direction. It is simply the temperature of the place, the quality of the air, the warmth of being in here rather than out there. Look at the room if your eyes are open, or simply know it if they are closed. The walls are where they have always been. They are not moving. They are doing what walls do, defining the space, keeping the outside out and the inside in, holding the roof up and the floor down. The ceiling is above you. The floor is below you. The walls are around you. You are inside a structure that has been built specifically to contain people, to shelter them, to make a place that is separate from the weather and the dark. Tonight, that structure is working exactly as intended. The light in the room is low. Whatever light there is, from the fire, from a lamp, from the particular darkness of a room at night, it is the right amount of light for this hour. Not enough to read by, not enough to be alert by, but enough to know where you are, enough to feel the shape of the room around you without needing to look at it. The room is a known quantity. It does not surprise you. It is simply here, as it has been here, as it will be here when you wake. The fire is part of this inventory too, not just as a source of warmth, though it is that, but as a presence. A fire in a room is a living thing, in its way. It breathes, it moves, it changes. It requires fuel and air, and produces heat and light as its output. A room with a fire in it is a different room from a room without one. The fire gives the room a center, a source, a place from which the warmth radiates, and toward which the eye naturally drifts when there is nothing more pressing to look at. And tonight, there is nothing more pressing to look at. The fire can be that center. It does not need to be the object of focused attention. It is too low and too settled for that kind of watching. But it can be there, at the edge of awareness, a warm and reliable presence, doing what it has been doing all evening, burning, slowly, giving, steadily, asking nothing. The room around the fire is the room you are in. Outside, the night is doing what nights do. Whatever the weather is, still or windy, clear or raining, whatever season this is, the night is out there, and you are in here. And the room is the distance between you. That distance is a wall's thickness, a window's glass, a door that is closed. And on the inside of all of that, warmth and quiet. And you. You do not need to check on the night outside. It is managing without you. The room has a particular quality tonight. Every room has its own quality, the specific combination of its proportions, its contents, its temperature, the sounds it holds, and the sounds it keeps out. You have spent enough time in rooms to know that they are not interchangeable. Each one is itself. Each one has a character that emerges from the accumulation of its details. The height of the ceiling, the depth of the light, the way sound moves or is absorbed, the temperature of the walls. This room, tonight, has the quality of a room that is ready for sleep, not because it was designed that way, simply because it is evening and you are in it, and those two facts together produce a quality that is present. Notice the ceiling above you, if you can see it, or know it is there, if your eyes are closed. It is the top of the space, the surface that closes the room off from everything above and creates the sense of enclosure that a room requires to be a room. It is not a remarkable ceiling. It does not need to be. It is simply there, as ceilings are, doing its work in the dark without requiring acknowledgement. You have probably not thought about this ceiling today, but it has been there all day, and it is there now, and it will be there all night. The walls have been here longer than this evening. They have held the shape of this room through many days and many nights, through all the different weathers that have pressed against them from outside, through all the different hours of light and dark, through whatever number of evenings have passed in this place before tonight. They are experienced walls. They know what they are doing. The room they define is the room you are in. And it is a room that has been here and will continue to be here, a fact more solid and more reliable than most of the things the mind concerns itself with. The floor is below you, solid in the way that floors are solid, not flexible, not uncertain, not provisional. It holds the weight of everything in the room, the furniture, the objects, the air, and you. It has been doing this all day without your noticing. It will do it all night. The floor is among the most taken for granted things in any room, and also among the most fundamental. Without it, nothing in the room would be where it is. With it, everything is grounded. Everything has a place. Everything rests. You are resting in a room that is warm enough, with a ceiling and walls and a floor, with a fire that has been burning and is burning still, low and steady, in no hurry to finish, with the night outside doing its quiet work and the room inside doing its quieter work of simply being here, being sufficient, containing everything that is needed. Breathe in the air of this room, the particular air of a room where you have been still for a little while, where the warmth has settled, where the fire has been giving off its small heat. This air belongs to here. It is the air of right now. Breathe out. The room receives it. Everything you need is in this room. We are only beginning to notice what that means. Let us take stock of what the room contains, not as an exercise, not to prove a point, simply as a way of noticing what is already here, which is something we rarely do. Most of the time, the mind is occupied with what is not here, what is missing, what is needed, what is still to come. Tonight, for the next hour, the mind can occupy itself with the opposite. What is present, what is sufficient, what is already done. The surface that holds you. It is holding you right now, and it is doing it well. Every point of contact between your body and the surface beneath you is a point of support. Your back, your hips, your legs, your head. All of it supported, all of it held. The surface does not tire of this. It does not shift its weight or change its mind. It is simply there, receiving you, doing its single purpose without complaint. The air, warm enough, present enough, filled with the faint smell of the fire and the room and the night, which is to say, filled with the smell of right now, this hour, this place. The air is moving through you in the most fundamental exchange there is. You breathe it in, you breathe it out, it returns to the room slightly altered, and the room offers it back. This has been happening since you arrived in this room. It will happen through the night. It requires nothing from you. The warmth, distributed evenly through the air, absorbed into the surfaces of the room, present against your skin. The warmth is doing exactly what warmth does, making the difference between comfortable and cold, between resting and shivering, between a room that receives you and a room that does not. It is doing this tonight, without effort, without cost to you, without asking to be noticed, the quiet, or the near quiet, because most rooms are never entirely silent, and that is all right. The fire, if there is one, offers its occasional small sound. The house settles in whatever way it settles. Perhaps there are sounds from outside, distant and unthreatening. All of this together makes not silence exactly, but its own kind of quiet. The quiet of a room where nothing requires attention, where all the sounds are background, where nothing is being asked. The darkness, or the low light. Enough darkness to signal the body that this is the time for rest. The body knows this signal. It has been receiving it every night since you were born. This is the time of day when the light goes down and the body begins its preparations for sleep. And whatever light is in this room is calibrated by the hour, by the fire, by whatever lamps are low or off. To support that preparation, the covering over you, blanket or duvet or whatever, is arranged over your body. Its weight, its warmth, the way it lies across you without pressing, without confining, just present, just warm, just the right amount of something between you and the cool air above. This too requires nothing from you. It is simply here, and you. The most important thing the room contains. You, with your breath and your warmth and your weight, occupying the space that was here waiting for you. The room was here before you arrived. But without you in it, it was just a room. With you in it, it becomes the room you are in tonight. A specific, inhabited, occupied place that has a particular quality, because you are here. The room needed you as much as you needed the room. That is the arrangement, and it is complete. Nothing is missing from this inventory. Every element that sleep requires is present and in place. The surface, the air, the warmth, the quiet, the dark, the covering, and you. All of it already here. None of it still to come. The room is asking nothing of you tonight. That is perhaps the most important thing in this entire inventory. The surface beneath you is not asking you to adjust. The air is not asking to be managed. The fire is not asking to be tended. The walls are not asking to be examined. The dark is not asking to be explained. Everything in this room is simply here, doing its own work, requiring nothing in return. This is unusual if you think about it. Most of the things in a day ask something. The phone asks for attention. The work asks for effort. The people in your life ask legitimately and lovingly for your presence and your care. Even the body asks for food, for water, for movement, for rest. The asking is constant, and most of the time it is right that it should be constant, because the asking is how the world and the people in it communicate their needs. But tonight, in this room, the asking has stopped. Everything here has already been given what it needs, or it needs nothing, or it is simply a wall or a ceiling or a floor that does not have needs in any meaningful sense. The room is a place of complete non-demand. You can be in it without being required to do anything, give anything, become anything, attend to anything. You can simply be here, and being here, it turns out, is enough. Consider each element of this inventory more slowly. The surface that holds you is not a neutral thing. Someone, at some point, considered what a body needs when it lies down to rest, the give and firmness, the distribution of support, the way a surface needs to accommodate the particular topography of a person, without insisting that the person become flat. Whatever surface is beneath you tonight was made with this in mind, or has been arranged with it in mind. And the result is that your body is held in a way that a body can rest in. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, a great deal. The air is worth considering separately from the warmth, because they are different things. The warmth is a quality of the air, a measurement of its energy, the speed at which its molecules move. But the air itself is also the medium through which sound travels, through which smell carries, through which the breath moves in and out of you. The air is full tonight, in the way that air in a warm room with a fire is full. Not full of anything particular, not thick or heavy, but simply present in a way that cool, empty air is not. It has substance, character, the particular quality of air that has been warmed by burning wood and breathed by a body at rest. You are breathing it, and it is entering you, the most intimate exchange there is. The outside world entering you with every breath, your inside world returning to the air with every breath out. The room and you are in constant exchange. By morning, you will have breathed the air of this room hundreds of times. It will have been through you, and you through it, over and over. And neither of you will be any the worse for it. The quiet deserves attention too, not the silence. As noted, the room is not entirely silent, and that is perfectly fine. The quiet is something different from silence. Silence is the absence of sound. Quiet is the presence of a particular kind of sound, low, undemanding background. The sounds in this room tonight are quiet sounds. The fire, if it speaks, speaks quietly. The house, if it settles, settles without drama. Whatever is outside, and its sounds are muffled to a level that registers as texture rather than event. Quiet is something the body recognizes and responds to. The nervous system, which has been managing the sounds of the day, The messages and voices and notifications and all the audio texture of being alive in the world begins to ease when the sounds around it become quiet. Not off, not absent, but quiet. The quiet of this room is the right kind of quiet. The body is already easing into it. There are things that are not in this room tonight. This is worth noticing, because the things that are not here are, in their absence, also part of what makes the room sufficient. The events of today are not in this room. They happened. That is not in question. Something happened this morning, and something in the afternoon, and there was a sequence of things between waking and arriving here that constituted the day. All of that is real, but none of it is in this room. It is in the past, which is a place that does not require your presence. The past is sealed and complete and does not change regardless of how much attention you give it. Tonight, it can remain where it is, which is behind you, which is somewhere other than here. Tomorrow is not in this room. Tomorrow contains things. This is certainly true. There are things that will need to be done, and decisions that will need to be made, and the ordinary movement of a life continuing. All of that is real. But tomorrow is a door that has not opened yet, and nothing behind it requires your attention before morning. Tomorrow is very patient. It will wait. It has no ability to arrive early, no mechanism for coming before its time. It will be there when you wake, exactly as you left it, unchanged by your not thinking about it tonight. The people you care about are not in this room, and they are fine. Wherever they are, whatever they are doing or not doing at this hour, they are somewhere else, and they are managing. The world does not stop when you stop attending to it. The people in your life exist and continue and breathe and sleep, and are themselves without requiring your supervision through the night. They will be there in the morning. You will find them where you left them. The things you meant to do are not in this room. The list, if there is a list, is not here. It is somewhere. In a phone, in a notebook, in the part of the mind that keeps lists. But that part of the mind is not on duty tonight. The list will still be a list in the morning, with the same items on it, minus whatever you manage to do today, and plus whatever tomorrow adds. It is not going anywhere. It does not need to be rehearsed. The worries are not in this room either. Or rather, any worries that are present have been invited in without full authorization, and they are welcome to leave. Not by force. Worry does not respond well to force, and this is not that kind of evening, but by noticing them as visitors rather than residents. They arrived with you from the day, and the day is over, and they can stay or go as they like, and either way they have no power in a warm room at the end of a still evening. What remains when all of that is set aside? The room, the warmth, the surface that holds you, the air that moves through you, the quiet, the fire, the dark, and you in the middle of it all, needing nothing that is not already here. That is the room tonight. That is all it is, and all it needs to be. The past, in particular, does not need to be in this room. It is a habit of the mind to bring the past into every room it enters, to carry the day's events like objects in pockets, taking them out and examining them, turning them over, putting them back. This is not a fault of the mind. The mind processes experience by returning to it, by reviewing it, by making sense of what happened. This is useful work, and it happens legitimately during the day, and it can happen again tomorrow. But it does not need to happen now. The events of today are finished. Whatever they contained, difficulty or ease, frustration or satisfaction, the ordinary texture of hours passing, they are complete. They happened in the order they happened, and they cannot be revised, and reviewing them tonight will not change them. They will be exactly as they were when you return to them, which does not need to be before morning. The mind can put them down, not forever, just for the duration of a night. The mind is very good at keeping things. It will have them all ready in the morning, dusted off and available. It does not need to keep them active overnight. It does not need to run a process in the background. It can, for these hours, simply be here, in the room, with a warmth, with a breath, with a quiet, without attending to the past or the future, or anything outside the four walls that are currently defining the space. What is the mind when it puts those things down? Lighter, that is the word. The mind, without the accumulated weight of the day's concerns, is lighter. And lighter minds find sleep more easily than heavy ones. The mind has been heavy today, probably. It is heavy most days, because the days ask a great deal of it. But it is setting things down, gradually, in this warm room. And with each thing it sets down, it becomes a little more like the mind of someone who is about to sleep. That mind is available to you right now. The room is making it available. The warmth, the quiet, the fire, the surface beneath you. All of it conspiring, gently and without agenda, to bring you to the state the room is designed for. The state of needing nothing else. The state of having enough. The state of being here, in this room, with everything that is needed already present, already doing its work, already complete. The body knows when it has everything it needs. It has been knowing this for the last hour, while the mind was catching up. The body doesn't require a list or an argument. It simply responds to conditions, to warmth, to support, to the absence of threat, to the horizontal or near horizontal position it has been waiting for since you woke this morning. It has been responding to these conditions quietly, without announcement, doing what bodies do when they are given what they need. Your muscles have been releasing, not all at once, gradually, the way everything in this room has been gradual. The muscles that maintain posture during the day, that keep you upright and alert and ready, have been softening since you arrived. You may not have felt it happening, which is as it should be. The best kind of releasing is the kind you do not need to direct. The breath has found its pace, slower than it was this morning, slower than it was an hour ago. The breath of a body that is safe and warm and has nowhere to go is slower and deeper than the breath of a body that is engaged with the day. Your body is engaged with nothing now. It is simply breathing, at the pace that breathing finds when it is allowed to find its own pace. Breathe in, slowly. The air of this room, warm, familiar. The air that has been here all evening. Breathe out, longer than the breath in. A full, easy release, nothing held back. The pause, easy, natural. The space between one breath and the next that is not a gap, but a rest. And the next breath arrives on its own. The mind is quieter now than it was. It has been doing less and less since the evening began. The inventory of the room gave it something to occupy itself with, noticing, naming, attending to what is present rather than what is absent. And in doing that, it has been gradually releasing the other things. The day, the tomorrow, the list, the worries. They are still somewhere, but they are at a remove now. They are not pressing. They have accepted that tonight is not their time. What is left when the pressing things have stepped back is something simpler. Just the room, just the warmth, just the breath, moving through you without effort. Just the weight of your body, held completely by the surface beneath you. Just the faint sound of the fire, or the memory of it, the residual warmth in the air that the fire has been giving all evening, and that the room will hold for hours. This is what remains when everything else has stepped aside. This is what has been here all along, waiting under the noise of the day. The room is very still, and you are very still within it, and still is exactly what is needed now. The room has been working on you all evening, not through effort. The room does not make effort. It simply is what it is, and what it is has been having its effect gradually, steadily, in the way that warmth has its effect, and quiet has its effect, and the horizontal position has its effect. You have been in the room for long enough that these effects have accumulated. Think of where you were when the evening began, the state the mind was in, the amount it was holding, the degree to which the body was still at readiness, and compare it to now. The mind is quieter, the body is heavier in the right way, the breath is slower, the grip on the day has loosened. None of this was instructed. All of it was allowed by the room, by the hour, by the simple passage of time in a warm and quiet place. This is what rooms do for people, when people let them. They do not solve anything. They do not answer any questions or resolve any difficulties. They simply provide the conditions in which the mind can set things down, and the body can release, and the breath can slow. The room provides the conditions. The person provides the rest. Or rather, the person becomes the rest, which is the same thing. You are becoming the rest. It has been happening for the last hour, and it is continuing now, and it will continue until sleep itself arrives, which is not far away. Sleep is not a destination you travel toward. It is a condition that becomes available when all the conditions for it are met, and the conditions are met. They have been met for a while. The room is ready. Your body is ready. Your mind is nearly ready. Nearly, and nearly is close enough. Your eyes, if they are open, are finding that open requires more than they want to give. Let them close. The room does not need to be watched. The room has been here without being watched before, and it manages very well. You can close your eyes, and the room will continue. The warmth will continue. The quiet will continue. The fire will continue its slow burning in the grate. Close them, if they want to close. And if they are already closed, then you are already further along than you know. The room is holding everything it needs to hold. The walls are holding the shape of the space. The floor is holding the furniture, and the furniture is holding you. The ceiling is holding the roof, and the roof is holding the night at bay. Everything in its place, everything doing its job. A complete and interlocking system of support, all of it working quietly around you. You are the only thing in this system that is not required to hold anything tonight. That is your role right now, not to hold, to be held. The surface beneath you is holding your back, all of it, the lower back, where so much of the day accumulates, the middle, the upper, the space between the shoulder blades, all of it resting against something that is holding it. You do not need to maintain any of this. The holding is being done for you. Your shoulders are being held, lower than they have been all day, most likely. Held by the surface, by the warmth, by the simple fact of horizontal rest. Let them be wherever they have fallen. That is the right place. Your arms are being held, both of them. Whatever surface they rest on, the bed, the chair, your own body, is holding their weight completely. The weight of each arm from shoulder to wrist is fully given over. You are not holding your arms up. They are resting. Your hands are being held by the warmth of the room, of the covers, of your own body's heat. Each hand loosely arranged, each finger where it is, warm and still and resting. The breath is being held by the body. The body knows how to breathe. It has always known. It does not need instruction or supervision. It breathes in, and it breathes out, and it rests between. And it will do this all night without waking you to ask permission. In, out, rest. In again. Your face is being held by the dark, the muscles of the face, which have been working all day, making expressions, holding attention, responding to the world, are soft now. The forehead, smooth. The eyes, closed. The jaw, resting in its most natural position. The face of a person at sleep looks different from the face of a person awake. And your face is finding that other configuration now. Everything is being held. Nothing is holding itself up. This is the room as it is meant to be at this hour. Everything resting, everything supported, everything doing nothing except being present in the warmth. You are in the room. The room is around you. The night is outside the room. And everything, every single thing that you need to sleep is already here. It has been here all along. Everything you need is already here. You have been in the room long enough to know this now. Not as an idea, as a feeling. The warmth is here. It has been here all evening. In the air, in the surfaces. In the fire that has been burning low and steady. And giving without being asked. The warmth is in your skin now. It is part of you. You have absorbed it, and it has absorbed you. And the two are no longer distinct. The quiet is here. Whatever sounds remain, the fire, the house, the distant night, they are quiet sounds. Sounds that belong to the background. Sounds that do not ask for anything. The quiet around them is more present than the sounds themselves. The support is here. Every point of contact between your body and the room is a point of support. You are held at every surface. You are not floating, not exposed, not unsupported anywhere. The room has you completely. The breath is here, moving through you. In, out, rest, present and automatic, and needing nothing from you. The darkness is here. A gentle darkness. A familiar darkness. The darkness that comes to this room every night and stays until morning, and has been doing so for longer than you have been sleeping in it. It is not asking anything. It is simply here, as darkness is, filling the spaces where the light is not. And you are here, in the middle of all of it, warm and held and breathing, and still. The day is behind you. Tomorrow is ahead. And here, in the space between them, the room holds everything. There is nothing missing. There is nothing still to come. There is only this. The warmth. And the quiet. And the breath. And the dark. and the room around you doing what rooms do in the night. Holding. Just holding. Sleep now. You have everything you need. You have had it all along. The room will keep it safe while you rest. Just here. Just warm. Just breathing. Already here. Sleep.